Ari, what's up? How's it going? I'm doing fine. How about yourself? Just waiting for a bunch of packages to show up, unfortunately. Trent, welcome back. Glad to hear it. It's a Manx 2 lightweight. Depends on the steel. This one I oiled before I put it away the other day. Most of my other ones I don't. And I use mineral oil. It's a decently large knife. It's not huge, but it's a pretty good size. Should be. Yeah. Nice and sharp. Dakota, what's up? Not really. I'd push you towards something that you have to buy online, most likely. The stuff at the gas stations will likely say something along the lines of 3CR13, and that's the steel that they use for the blade. And that stuff just doesn't hold an edge worth a damn. Decent knives from Walmart. Just about anything with the Civivi name is going to be fine. AJ, what's up? No, you're not going to be a mod tonight. I didn't know that they had the Buck 110 at Walmart. Toxic, what's up? Probably. I'm going to count how many knives I've done on the 500 grit real quick. 36. I've done 53 knives. I thought I was at just under 50, but 53 knives. I've done. No, I don't need another AJ in here. AJ asks every time that he joins. So often so that I tell him no before he even asks now. If I needed more moderators, I'd pick people, but I really don't. Again, I just don't need any more mods at the moment. Chat's usually pretty calm. So, Liquid, what's up? Yeah, pretty much. I just say no as soon as I see him say something. Sounds like a good night. It's going fine. Put a down payment on a Benchmade that I'm gonna try and sell. It's a Benchmade Osborne in S90V and carbon fiber. I can, yep. Is there a specific one you're interested in, or? Doke, what's up? You like what already? The middle one on the desk? That one's a bit of a pain to take apart, but yeah, I can do it. Huh. The thing is, I was debating on that one, whether I keep it or not. It'd be my first piece that I kept in S90V, but I kind of think I want something else. I'll have that one in a few weeks. But I gotta have you buy the other stuff first. I don't modify my knives for the most part. I mean, I partially bought it because I knew it would sell if I didn't want it. It is a good knife in purple. Heat treat on that thing's on point, by the way. What do we want? T10. Yeah. And then T8. No, that thing's stock. Have I carried what much? I need to get myself a 3D printer. I don't have any other knives that are purple titanium at the moment. I've carried the purple knife for about a week. It's been fine, no issues or anything. That's fair. Spyderco isn't for everybody. They've got some designs that are pretty out there. Oh, you're talking about, okay. Yeah, so this one is purple titanium. You don't dye titanium. And I never did a purple Q-tip. I mean, if you're gonna do purple titanium, you gotta anodize it. Yeah, I was honestly scared of this thing flying out the first time I took this apart. And then I learned how it works, and now I just don't care anymore. Because it's not gonna go flying. The more you flip what, the smoother it'll be. I mean, that's kind of how most knives tend to be. Fishy Fingers, what's up? Welcome back. I'm just taking a Spyderco apart. Yeah, I think I had issues with it last time because I couldn't get the pivot undone. Because without undoing the pivot on this thing, it's pretty much impossible to take it apart. Kubey, Kubey. Holy shit. Vice grips, where are you? Can you see the vice grips on the table? You can. Well, tell me where they are, because I can't find them. Gotta make a whole ass song like, oh, dumbass, they're sitting right here. Fucking dumbass. Me with the big brain. Okay, can't find shit on the table. That was an expensive sound. Oh, it was a lot less expensive than I thought it was. Yep, it was $100 on Blade HQ. Let go, damn it. Oh. Was that all? You finally able to... My favorite song. I don't know. Yes, they are an old set of vice grips indeed. Hey. Let go of my sandwich. There we go. Fully disassembled. Manx 2 lightweight. Which means now that I've done this, I can get some aftermarket scales for it. AB123, what's up? I'm not, no. I'm thinking about getting us an aftermarket detent ball for it. I don't actually have any aftermarket scales for it at the moment. But knowing how to take it apart is very useful. Yeah, I wish I would have known it was that simple. The only issue I had with this thing was taking the that second pivot screw out. Damn, that thing's smooth. You guys try picking up a ceramic detent ball with no friction. I wouldn't expect that to be a simple design at all. I don't even know how it works, but I can already tell that it's not simple. A flipper tab that disappears. Yeah. Aiden, what's up? Finally got the whole Manx 2 taken apart. Hmm. You know what knives are unbelievably simple? As expensive as they are, the Chris Reeve knives are so simple. No. Why would there be edge damage? The Sebenza right there is unbelievably simple to take apart. Yeah, fixed blades aren't my thing. I have almost no way to carry them. My palate is refined, thank you very much. I don't wear a belt at all. Yeah, I don't really use my knives heavily, so fixed blades just, for the most part, aren't needed. I do appreciate the design of this pivot though. Similar to the Sebenza where you can tighten it and it's still able to be closed. Oh, the spring wasn't that bad after I got it broken in. Same thing with the detent ball on this one. It's not that bad. But yeah, this one I was fully expecting to need aftermarket scales for it to be carryable. And it's not bad. Just needs broken in again. I'm thinking about getting a set of the Met and Boss titanium scales. Like last month, I think they came out with them. A set of aftermarket titanium scales for the lightweight. They're like $100, 105 or something. Squeak. Anyway, I just put a Benchmade on layaway today at my pawn shop. Squeak. I think the Nemesis sounds familiar. Probably not something that I can either afford or interested in. But let me go grab the other phone real quick. I'll be honest, that name would make a lot more sense if I was in Australia. Now, what am I looking up again? This? Not for me, personally. I could try grease, but I gotta find a way of packing it into the spot that it needs to be in. And that's not happening tonight. You know what scales I really want? The AWT scales for this. They weren't $76 plus shipping. Oh shit, it comes with hardware. Dude, that's awesome. Type of what? Phone? It's old. It's like 8 years old. 9 years old. Time to go back to the Met and Boss website and look up scales for this thing. I'm stuck somewhere between liking it and disliking it at the same time. I'm sure it has something to do with the cheap scales on it. I'm just waiting for a cheap set of aftermarket scales to show up for that thing, so I can buy them. Brands, Benchmade. I don't want copper scales for that thing. Plus, they're $100 for a set of copper scales. I think not. At that point, just go for aluminum. All right, YouTube. Give me a topic. Really? Like, this is exactly what I wanted YouTube to tell me was a good question that I should ask. Fucking piece of shit. Man. Go ahead, guys. What's a good question I should ask? Oh, they don't make aluminum scales for this thing. Can someone tell me why a set of titanium scales on this thing? Get out of the way. Titanium scales for this thing cost less than copper. Cody, what's up? What's the best dipping sauce ever? See, now that's not a bad question. It's $5 more expensive to get. It's $10 more expensive to get copper instead of titanium. Okay, we won't. I mean, I could understand zirconium being expensive, but titanium over copper? That shit's ridiculous. The brass ones are also $99.99. Ah, okay. I'm just curious, how long do you have on that Adamas? Give me just a sec, guys. I'm figuring something out. Dakota, are you still here? So October 22nd. November 22nd. Plus 14. I think you got until like December 5th to pay that thing off. I gotta get a hold of J-Dog. His stuff is expired, but I'm being nice. One of these days, it won't be time to be nice anymore. I wonder where I could find J-Dog. Maybe if I go on YouTube and look up J-Dog. Oh, so he's not streaming right now. But he was streaming 47 minutes ago when he hit 4,444 subscribers. I see how it is. Curry dip. Never had it before. A good sense of direction. What am I supposed to do with this? With this? What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to ask what a good sense of direction is, or am I supposed to say, do you have a good sense of direction? Oh, YouTube, help me. Let's try something new. See if we can get some more viewers by doing that again, because it worked last time. Damn, if everybody keeps leaving, I might need to stop doing the live streams all that often. Man, we already had that question. Lobster claws for hands? Really? Oh well. Guess it's not helping today. That's unfortunate. I wonder. Derek, what's up? How's it going? Oh, wonderful. So it looks like the channel may be shadow banned. That sucks. I might have to give the channel like a week to do its thing, because these live streams aren't doing what they used to do at all. Like, views and comments dropped by what, 80%? I was just looking into this the other night, and when I say it's suffering, I mean it's not going good at all. So it looks like we're going to be doing YouTube Shorts again instead of live streaming. Oh well. Is there anything that you guys wanted to check out or anything? That's a dumb question. Freaking Q&A sticker. Are you watching from home? Oh, what to do, what to do. Maybe I'll just sit here and scroll. Blade binge and see what's on there. Some of the later night people don't show up again until later in the night. Could you imagine that? Ah, much better. Cody, what's up? Everyone left, unfortunately. Tri-Stash V2. Full piss. Well, sometimes it happens and you gotta sit here and deal with it. Unfortunately, the I'm pretty sure that the channel is shadow banned. I'm getting numbers so low, I haven't seen them in months. Ground Fog, what's up? Yeah, the channel's struggling right now. I'm not sure if I want a Hinder in the collection. I don't know yet. Yeah, like the last week I've been sitting here watching. We have 2 people in here right now. And I've been live streaming for just under an hour. By now, usually we'd have like 15, 16, up to 30. And just nobody showing up. So if that's the case, the recommended course of action for getting unshadow banned or whatever you want to call it is to stop doing whatever you're doing to cause it to happen. I don't know what I'm doing to cause it to happen, but the live streams are what are suffering, so I might have to stop live streaming for a bit. It's not like I want to do that, but I suck at sitting here and talking to nobody. So, with that being the case, it's probably going to be like a week of no live streams. It's not that I'm giving up, right? I'm not giving up on the channel or anything. I just need it to be fixed. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. So I'll start uploading shorts daily until it is fixed. Sit there and do little short reviews. My views, as soon as I got monetized, my numbers dropped by about 80%. So as you can see, oh, well, just when I was about to say that, there were 3 people in here. That's like 10% of what I used to have all the time. And the live streams used to hit favorite knives. Spyderco Para 3, the PM2 is pretty good. the Sebenza's on that list. The Mini Adamas and probably the Manx too. Those are my top 5 that I can think of at the moment. But yeah, my numbers dropped like 80 or 90%, and the channel isn't very sustainable that way, especially when I have nobody to talk to about stuff. I've got a Manix 2 lightweight. In 15V. Well, it didn't used to matter if anybody else was live, because I just took a chunk of their views anyway. Let me go onto YouTube and look up knives, and then we'll search live streams. If anybody shows up. Search filters. Live. Apply. Yeah, nobody else is getting any good numbers either, except for, oh, Big Red. But Big Red wouldn't be taking all of my views. They're always right about that much. Then there's me, G-Ball, whose numbers are also suffering by the looks of it, and Shay. I'm gonna drop in G-Ball and ask if oh. Oh, okay, so he just leaves his streams going overnight then. Oh well. And now we have one person in here. I don't think I've ever had that before. Damn. That number right there, I think that's the most discouraging thing I've seen all night. Because all I see right there is a 1. Which means, Cody, you're the only person in here. Paul, what's up? Well, then maybe that number's just always wrong. I need to come up with a plan of things to talk about on these streams instead of sitting here. I can't keep sitting here and not talking about anything, because when you do that, nobody's interested. Roy, what's up? Welcome back. Again, it's a chair. Oh, Big Red just ended the stream and then everybody showed up. That explains a lot. Okay. I'm thinking inverted, what's up? I want a Kershaw Bel Air XL. So I think the next actual knife that I'm going to buy is probably going to be that. Other than the Benchmade that I just put on layaway today. No, I don't. I don't really like how that thing looks personally. So I doubt I'm ever going to get one. Unless I find one used, then I'll probably just turn around and sell it. What sounds French? Interesting. I'll be right back. Oh, Suiwi. So I've got this fun thing going on. It's always been going on like that, but I can only breathe through one side of my nose at a time, and it swaps about every 15 to 20 minutes. And it fucking sucks. That won't help either. Nothing I've tried has helped. It is always one side at a time, so I'm just sitting there always like that. You had to deal with a situation. Was anybody shot? Or hit by a car? Or a bus? Oh, well, then it's not that big of a situation now, is it? So I'm thinking about doing a PM2 build, but if it's going to cost, oh, some drunk neighbors. So nobody got shot and you had drunk neighbors? I'm not going to say I'm disappointed. I just want us to be clear on that. Apparently, there's a surgery you can get for this bullshit. My dad had it done, and apparently, it's one of the most painful things you can have done because they shove a balloon up into your face, right? And then they pump it up and oh my god, yeah, yep. He said that's probably one of the most painful things that he's gone through, and the pain lasts for like a week. One of the first times I think I'd seen him on decent pain meds. Yeah, that's what it's called. That shit just sounds horrible. I mean, I'd be willing to do it, but I don't know how much it costs. And I don't think that insurance covers it because it's not a life or death situation. And now that I think about it, in life or death situations, insurance tries to push it off as long as possible until you do die so they don't have to pay for it. Bad business practice, by the way. Cosmetic. Nothing changes about your looks. Get this man life insurance now. Move to Canada and wait however many years in a wait list to have it happen? Sure, bud. That ain't gonna happen. Well, I wouldn't consider that cosmetic anyway. It's more of a quality of life thing. Oh shit, that went flying. But yeah, when you're sitting there in the middle of the night struggling to breathe while you're going to sleep, but you're not struggling in a way where you need a CPAP, you're struggling in a way of you're getting half the air that you need. Oh my god. Fucking sucks. See, even during an interesting conversation. 4. Ask my doctor. I don't think I have a doctor. And just so we're clear, I'm not saying that my life sucks by any means. I'm just saying that this part of my life sucks. I'll be honest, I'm not even sure what kind of insurance I have. I haven't looked in a long time. Oh, fuck no, I'm not doing that by myself. There are too many blood vessels up near the brain for me to say, yeah, I could do this shit myself. That's fair. That I can't believe that people do that. But it's the same thing with like car modification companies. Even if there is, I'm not going to be one of the people to test it. Like, I'm suffering. I'm not dumb, though. So my backspacer for the Sabenza is supposed to show up any day now. I mean, we don't have to keep chat light. I just need something to talk about. Oh my god. The next fidget knife is taking so long to show up. I'm just so tired of people shipping shit to me and it takes forever. Am I a cereal guy? I haven't eaten cereal in over a year. Yeah, I thought it was a thing that they did and then it was done too. Not put it in and then leave it in. So there's a company, I think it's Quaker Oats or something that makes, it might not be. They've got this oatmeal stuff that you can get. It's like a bag of 2 pounds of it or something that has raisins in it. And you know, I'm perfectly fine with oatmeal with milk, right? That stuff's great. The problem is when you have raisins in it, it's oatmeal and then rocks, basically. Every single raisin that's been in cold milk turns into a rock. Oh, fun. 3 days of suffering. Wonder how much that procedure costs. See, I don't mind raisins. My grail knife is a fully built one of these. But when you put raisins in cold anything, really, they just turn into a rock. And then you're sitting there chewing your oatmeal or something, right? And then you get a raisin in there. And it goes chewy but slightly crunchy, chewy but slightly crunchy, rock. And I could do a couple days without eating. I could lose some weight. Oh, you want one of these? Well, too bad, it's mine. I don't know. I like a little bit of crunch in my cereal. Same thing with oatmeal. Not a ton, just a little bit. If all the parts for my damn build would show up already, it'd be great. Greg, what's up? How's it going? Sitting here irritated because I've talked about it before, right? I purchase things and then I sell them. And when I sell them, I ship them out. And things show up across the country. I think the longest it's taken for one of my products to show up is 4 days. Okay? It doesn't matter where. Like, Houston took the longest, and that was 4 days. And then I order stuff and I send them a prepaid shipping label using the same stuff that I use, and it takes a week and a half. I've never liked grape nuts. I need something with flavor, and that stuff just tastes like cardboard. It's like they chopped up cardboard and then rolled them around into tiny circles and then threw them in a box and said, "Here you go, eat this." What upgrade? There is no upgrade. When I pay for shipping to anywhere, I pay $5, not including insurance. I ship something to North Carolina, takes 3 days. Ship something to Florida, takes 3 days. Ship something to Georgia, it takes 3 days. Oklahoma, 3 days. North Dakota was 2 days. Houston, Texas was 4 days. Okay, I just want to make this clear. I bought something off Marketplace. I sent them a prepaid shipping label. Okay? They're in Washington. I'm in Idaho. And it took a week and a half to show up. Washington to Idaho. Neighboring states. And took a week and a half. I still don't have the thing in my hands because it's up in the P.O. box. And that's 60 miles away. And I'm not driving 60 miles when I've got family members that go up there every week. Sure, standard shipping is 5 to 7. The stuff that I'm paying for is $5, and it is standard shipping. Middle knife is a QB Tidius in 14C and purple titanium. It's about $100. Of course, smooth. Who puts crunchy peanut butter in their cereal? No, I'm not trying to get 2-day shipping. I'm just pissed off that it takes over 7 days. It's about the same size as a Griptilian. Handle length is 4 3/4. Overall length is sitting at just a little over 8 inches. I want to know why this Shay person. No, I can't sit there and complain. Yep, no problem. You're a Ninja Turtle. I was disappointed for a second there that you were shipping them out to have them sharpened. I have not tried a Hogue Ritter. Nope. I mean, this is basically the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. I just don't like the fact that the Hogue doesn't have a thumb hole, if I'm not mistaken. Have you gotten it back? I'm sure learning how to type was fun. Yeah, I just prefer a thumb hole over thumb studs. There are certain knives where I'd prefer thumb studs, like this one, but the thumb studs on this one kind of suck. You said it's been a while. You didn't clarify how long a while is. To me, a while's like a couple months. Now, this is a popular opinion. When I say that the thumb studs on these things suck, I mean it. Most people agree with me on that. That these thumb studs are uncomfortable as all hell. Oh, but the knife's $500. Yeah, I don't give a shit. It's still one of the worst thumb studs I've ever had on a knife. You get used to it, but oh my god, it sucks. UMNAMZAAN. I think they take a full month. Their website claims 4 to 6 weeks. I've heard of people waiting 3 months. I couldn't imagine swapping what hand I'm dominant with. That would suck. So which fingers did you lose? I would assume the index finger and partial of the middle finger. Oh, okay. That's better than uh, index and middle finger. I wouldn't know. I don't send my shit out for sharpening. Dude, the knife I put on layaway today, they paid me to sharpen it on Thursday, and then I went and bought it. So they paid me to sharpen my own knife. I don't know if I'd call the pinky the least important. I could imagine that. Missing a fingernail there probably sucks. Well, I wasn't lying. I'm basing it off of other other people's testimonies. Were you playing with fireworks? I don't fuck around with fireworks. I got 14 in my wrist because I was a dumbass. Not fireworks. All right, guys, it's time for the guessing game. What kind of explosion do you think caused it? At least it'll give us something to talk about here. It wasn't fireworks. What year did it happen? I'm not going to ask what caused it, but I'm curious what year it happened so that I can figure this shit out. Give you some good guesses instead of uneducated guesses. 92. Did electricity have. I'm thinking you touched something that had a little more poop to it than you thought it did. I didn't play with fireworks all that much. They weren't my thing. Propane's a good guess. Yeah. I guess we'll see. What other things explode? $12 and explosion. Gasoline, I don't think that shit explodes. It just starts on fire. And diesel doesn't even do that. Um, did the explosion itself cause the loss of fingers, or were they amputated for surgery? It's going fine. How about yourself, Dakota? Hmm. Similar to a firework. Glad to hear it. Oh, yeah, I never would have guessed PVC. A potato gun. Greg was saying what I was thinking, but I wasn't going to say it on stream because obvious reasons. So it was a pipe B. Yeah, I didn't want to say it either. I'm not getting banned any further than I already am. YouTube already doesn't seem to like me. Okay. So you were one of those kids. I am so glad I didn't get into that shit. There you go. That'll do it. Mm. Use reload materials for that. Okay. Well, so first of all, let's start. What was the experiment? Because now you got me curious. You can't say it was an experiment, not claim or not clarify what it was. That'll do it. So it wasn't really an experiment. It was we're going fishing illegally. Because I'm pretty sure that blowing up fish is illegal. Not 100% sure on that. Oh. So you just wanted to scare the fish away then? Or something like that. I see. Well, I have learned something from that decision. I also learned something from early on that I don't want to play with fireworks. I wouldn't doubt that. We are all nobody. That is how it works. And I will consider myself nobody until um, something successful happens. Even then, as I've said before, if I ever get to the point where I'm a pretentious douchebag, call me out for it. Because it's important to me that I don't become the thing that I don't enjoy seeing. You'd assume not much because you learned the lesson already. I was gonna say, unless you're constantly doing that shit, I wouldn't expect you to get any sort of time or anything. I wouldn't call it domestic terrorism if it wasn't planned on hurting anybody. What the hell, what? Yep, that's probably what's gonna end up happening here. Yeah, back when you could be a dumb kid and somebody wasn't calling the cops about everything. We had the cops called on us. So we did airsoft in the neighborhood, which don't get me wrong, that was pretty dumb too. But we got the cops called on us because supposedly somebody had their window shot out. And that lady that was, she moved recently. I'm glad she's gone. She was a terrible person to me. But she claimed that she saw me shoot out her window. And I'm like, this is an airsoft gun, an airsoft pistol, no less. It is not going to break a window because it can't even break skin. That scared the shit out of me. I never got in, I never got into slingshots because I never understood how the hell you're supposed to aim with them. So oh, that's how they tie the lanyards at Chris Reeve. Okay. No, that adds up. And I just forgot. Damn, I had it for a second there too. I should just go in and ask them to teach me how to do it. I'm sure Matthew would be kind enough to let or to teach me how to do that shit. He's a nice guy. I've shot bows. I suck with those too. I've never shot a slingshot. But a bow isn't a rifle, and I'm great with rifles. Never had anybody to teach me. And I don't live in a place where bow stuff is super common, so well, I've been shooting rifles since I was like 7, so we're obviously in different places in the world. Woohoo. I also just don't enjoy bows all that much. I'm much happier with my rifle stuff. Yeah, I don't hunt with bows at all. Yep, 22s are great. I love them. They're fun, cheap. Really hard to beat fun and cheap. My what? I just don't like bows. It's not my thing. Yeah, so apparently my lineage is British from way the hell back in the day. I'm trying something real quick. My favorite steel at the moment, and it has been for a while, is 154 cm. I haven't had issues with M4. But it kind of depends on the tools that you use. Woohoo! I put a lanyard on my Sabenza. Looks like shit. It's my first lanyard though, so Yay, I guess. It looks like, it really does look like shit. Damn. At least I don't like lanyards. Pull it right off real quick because I'm not going to carry it with that on there. Well, I don't do lanyards, so I find them to be too cumbersome. They get in the way. Trevor, those work sharp uh, things get expensive very quickly. I think the top dog right now from them is like $250. How do I feel about 440C? So 440C is a decent steel. The problem with 440C is every knife that I've ever seen in 440C is heat treated terribly. So it doesn't hold an edge and it doesn't sharpen easily. So the only thing it has going for it is the toughness and stainless properties, but not even toughness, really. Yeah, see, it's a little different with so 440 and 440C are two separate steels, and 440A, 440B, and 440C are three completely different steels by a little bit. And 440C, in my opinion, is the best out of the four. But I've never seen it heat treated properly on a knife. And at this point, for me, there's no point in buying a work sharp of any kind because I'm already good at what I do. And yeah, you're right. 22.5 degrees is a pretty high up there angle. It's 45-degree all inclusive. That is up there. To be fair, I think mine sit at about 20, so a launch 21. I don't think I've seen that one. I probably have, I just don't remember what it looks like. Oh, that's not a bad looking knife. In M4. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that automatic knives can't be shipped through USPS. Hmm. I'll keep that in mind. No, I'd take this over a blur any day. I just wish it wasn't flat dark earth and it wasn't green. And yes, M4 prefers a toothy edge. Between 400 and 600 grit would be best for M4. I tend to like mine at about 500. DMT used to make good stuff. Apparently, according to other people, their quality has gone downhill. I can only speak on that because the 600 grit one that I've got wore out in like a month and a half. I've never had a clone that stands up to the original at all. I don't have an M4 knife. One of my buddies does though. Just because I don't have one doesn't mean I haven't sharpened it before. I didn't reach out to Anger Knives. Was I supposed to reach out to that dude, or I kind of just looked at his stuff? Oh, no, I didn't. M4 has 10% of high heat carbides. Okay? Those high carbide or high heat carbides, tungsten and vanadium, don't like high grit edges, which is why I'm saying 400 to 600 is perfect for those. You can go up to 1,000 just fine, but anything past 1,000 and you're getting no returns. DLC with rust spots? On what? I've never heard of DLC rusting. It's a solid coat. Did you get the green one or the tan one? Oh, it's fine. Questioning me is gives me something to talk about. Um, what happens with these high hard? Give me a sec. High temp high percentage carbide steels, like tool steels, M4 specifically, 15V, Maximate, Rex 121, Z Max. These steels don't like high grit edges because the um, the carbides are larger chunks, and when you're sharpening, a couple things may happen. One of them being you can remove, as you're sharpening, just completely rip out chunks of these carbides, which are the edge retention materials in the knife. So the edge will have no high hardness materials in it, and it wears out quick. Which is why I'm saying you don't want a polished edge or anything above 1,000 grit for these steels that we're talking about. Um, that being again M4, 15V, Maximate, all these specialty steels, we'll call them that. I'm not saying your edge is bad. Now, what were we talking about? So the black blade finish is PVD, which, what is it? Physical vapor deposition. That PVD doesn't mean DLC. DLC means DLC. And there is a difference there, but I don't know what it is. I just know that one is DLC and the other one isn't. Both of the Launch 21s in green and tan come in PVD coating. It took a bit for me to figure that out too. Um, it's still it's still a tough coating. It's just not as tough or scratch resistant specifically as DLC. It should be more scratch resistant than Cerakote though. Oh, I'm not gonna pick on Trevor for it, but yes, I've sharpened just on that one lapping film that I'm working on. I think I've sharpened 53 knives in a month and a half. I'm getting better every time that I sharpen something. Let's see here. 18, 36. Yeah, 53. I like it when people question me. You know, I can't always be right about everything. There are certain things that I am quite um I'm quite knowledgeable about. But I would also like to clarify that I have experience with other steels, not M4 specifically, but steels like 15V here that is higher in vanadium than M4, and it acts a specific way when sharpening and when cutting things. If you mirror polish this edge, you will remove chunks of carbides that you want in there for the edge retention that this is known for. And if you remove those chunks of carbides, it won't get that second wind when the iron breaks away from the edge and all that's left is the carbides. That's something that stuff does. Maximate does it too. I'm pretty sure Rex 121 does it as well, where the softer materials wear away, but the high hardness carbides stick around. So you'll feel like it's wearing out and it's getting dull, and then all of a sudden, it's no longer dull and it's sharp as shit again. How that happens barely makes sense to me, but it does work like that. So when you're doing stuff with one of these 15V Maximate, these steels, they act like that. They're weird. You wouldn't need a new blade, you just need to resharpen it. It's just another edge, that's all. I'm not saying you'd need a full reblade for it. Is Hogue Knives done? What do you mean by that? Hogue makes some great stuff. I've had a couple Hogue knives, um, but I had autos, and autos aren't my thing, so I got them replaced with other shit. Who's talking shit about your tools? What is going on between you two? No, they don't get the hype that they deserve. Hogue has some of the best shit in the game, and if they got, I don't know if they have aftermarket support. I haven't looked too far into it. But if they have some aftermarket support for some of their knives, then they're going to be great. It's a great knife. Just about anything that they make is great. Oh, and I'm happy to teach you guys. I haven't messed with anything from Lion Steel yet. I've heard good things about the Misto. It might be something to look into. The I've also heard good things about what's it called? Damn it. Somebody in here knows exactly what knife I'm talking about. Deca. The Hogue Deca is a great knife. Need to get my hands on one of those. But I think I'm gonna push you towards the Kershaw. Fuck, man, I can't remember shit. The Bel Air. Yeah, the Bel Air. Because it's one of the smoothest knives I think I've ever felt. It whoops up on the Sebenza by far. Very fidgety. But I want a Bel Air XL. But I need to be done purchasing things for a little bit. It was just never on my radar. People said, "Hey, have you got a Bel Air yet?" And I said, "No, it's a Kershaw, you know?" I just didn't think much of it. Finally got my hands on one like last week, and oh my god. Kind of depends. So eBay gets more traction than Blade Binge, but it also takes double the amount in fees. Where eBay takes 13%, Blade Binge takes 7.5%. I don't know what that is, but I'll look it up real quick. Damn, that shit's expensive. What? It's kind of what I was saying, 400 to 600. You said 600 to 800, but I'm not going to sit there and lie to you about it. If I was unsure, I'd just look it up myself. But I'm pretty damn sure on most of the things that I say. Hogue did some stuff with SIG too. The SIG K320 or something, and I saw it, wasn't interested in it, so I didn't buy it. I could see Hogue doing stuff with HK. Benchmade did some stuff with HK back in the 2010s. Back when Benchmade still had shit made in China. They don't do that anymore, but they used to. I've got a couple Benchmades that were made in Benchmade HKs that were made in China. But yeah, Trevor, I'm not going to sit there and lie to you about stuff. I talk to people who have more experience than I do with these things. Well, what do you consider affordable? And well, we'll just start with that. What do you consider affordable? Yeah, it was the red class. An $80 pocket knife. I could probably come in a little bit under that, but one of the ones that first pops into mind is going to be the Harbor Freight Icon knife. It's $40. D2 G10 contour G10 scales with carbon fiber inlays and a lifetime warranty. You break it, you bring it back in, and they'll replace it. So that's awesome. That's going to be my first choice. Without buying anything from me. We'll start with that. Terminus XR is probably going to be pretty good, but I'm still going to pick that Icon knife first. That Icon lifetime warranty is so hard to beat. I mean, you can go into any Harbor Freight that has one of those things and say, hey, like, I snapped the pocket clip. I snapped the blade. How much they won't charge you for it. You just walk in and say, I broke this. I need a new one. They'll say, okay. They might ask for your ID, and then you go back, you grab another one, bring it up, they scan it, and then say, go ahead. And bam, you've got a brand new knife because you did something stupid with the other one. Speaking of which, there was a guy on, well, I'll be testing their warranty here pretty soon. Well, I'll probably just be buying parts, to be honest. Harbor Freight is terrible. The hell do you mean by that? That Harbor Freight knife's treated me great. It's a little thick, but other than that. So, it kind of depends on what you're looking for. I can show you the stuff that's in my book. These are all for sale. And if there's any of these that you think price-wise looks good, just ask to see them and I'll show them to you. Trevor, how many Benchmades do you own? And then I've got a second page as well if you want to look. Ah, that's where the problem lies. So we'll pull out a couple of these. We'll start with probably the Feldspar. The Feldspar is a pretty decent knife. If I can find it. There you are. How much do I have this at? 30. Okay. So do you buy them at full price? Yeah, I do my own maintenance on everything. That's why I like Kershaw in a way, because they send you free parts, and that's great. And a new blade from them is like 25 bucks. That's so hard to beat. That's fair. So the best, I'm not going to say the best bang for your buck, but the closest to your price point. So I only do Cash App because they don't care if I'm selling you a knife. PayPal seems to care. Where's the MSF? There it is. So this one I've got for 80, but I'd rather you buy something that's a little expensive, a little less expensive. 154 cm is just easier to sharpen. But I think I'm gonna push you towards buying a an Icon knife instead of buying something from me. I'm not gonna get anything out of it, but I don't really care. The Icon knife's a good knife. That lifetime warranty is basically unbeatable. Speaking of which, I still need to test out that warranty. I said that I was going to use one of my icon knives and cut through a nail with it, and then I never did that. Kind of depends on how much time you want to put into learning and how much you want to spend on sharpening equipment. If you're willing to spend hours, days learning, I'm going to recommend a diamond plate. If you don't want to put in that much time and you'd rather just watch a few videos and be proficient enough, I'm going to recommend the WorkSharp Field Sharpener. Cody, welcome back. So this is the one that I'm going to recommend. I've never tried one of these things out, but from everybody that I've talked to, it's solid, so I'll recommend it. And basically what you do is, well, I'm not even going to tell you how to use it. There's videos on how to use it. It's super simple as long as you can hold the angle that it gives you. See, even Trevor agrees that it's good. If he agrees, then it has to be good, right? I have no WorkSharp products at all. New Zealand. Welcome back, Oliver. Microtechs are expensive, and I don't like OTFs. So if you're looking for somebody to tell you to buy one, it's not going to be me. Spyderco. For under $300, Spyderco. If you can find one for under 300, which it's happened before, I've seen it happen, a Chris Reeve, but I don't like the amphibian. I hate that thing so much because of the blade shape. Okay, I'll tell you one microtech I actually like. Yeah, I don't like recurves. I absolutely hate recurves. The one microtech I like is the MSI, the standard issue. I do like that thing, but it's too big. But it's a good knife. Yeah, pretty much. With the equipment that I have and the practice that I have no practice on recurves, or very little, and I suck with them, so I just won't work on them. I'm not going to sit there and suffer when there's no benefit to me. The LUDT, I've never actually held one of those. I'm not going to give you my opinion on that because I haven't held one and I've never used one. I don't like OTFs because you have to clean them before you close them. And I don't have to do that with this. I can go cut a steak with this and then close it and then clean it later. You know, I was excited for the drop of the Microtech kitchen knives, and then I realized that when they dropped, they had them in their factory store only, and I was kind of irritated about that. They were nowhere online. You know what else wasn't online? The whole reason I was excited for that drop. The MSI Mini. Hey, it's finally available now. Holy shit! What the fuck, man? Okay, okay. Don't look this up at all. I want you guys to take a guess how much this knife costs. It's a 3.1-inch blade on a Microtech MSI, mini MSI, titanium scales, 450, okay? Any other guesses? Come on, I need like 3 guesses. 850, okay? Ooh, fancy. 121. Okay. So, it's 1365. It's still only an M390 MK. And guess what? It's out of stock too, which means they sold them. When I sent them an email saying that I wanted one of these things to exist, and I wanted them at, a good price point. When I'm thinking this, I'm thinking a 3.25-inch blade was what I wanted, right? With the ram lock and the FRN scales because I don't care at that point. I wanted it to cost a little bit less than the regular MSI, probably like 150. Because as soon as that shit dropped, bam, instant hit. You know damn well that that would be an instant hit. Nope. They decided to drop it in titanium and make it over $1,000. I didn't know it was going to be that expensive. They didn't say that. Well, so do I, but I'm not dropping that much for M390. It better be Damasteel at that point. Damacor, something like that. Where the blade actually costs something to make. That backspacer was for the Mako. Trust me, it's not anything like Maximate. Yeah, but how much did that titanium implant cost? I think my buddy he's got 5 plates in his skull. That shit costs 1.3 million. But it also had to do with brain surgery too. To be fair. A dental implant. Classic Races, what's up? Welcome back. 5160, never played with it. Can't give you an opinion on that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm doing my own mini MSI build. I'm tired of this shit. I've been waiting over a year for this thing to come out because I haven't been into knives all that long. Everybody else has been waiting for it forever. You can make it yourself. You can literally just buy an MSI and cut it down yourself. So I think I'm going to do that. A couple people have done it. It's not common, but it exists. So let's fucking go for it, my guy. With what tools? I'd assume for that, all you'd really need is a bench grinder and a bucket full of water to keep it cool. I'm doing that. I don't know when, but I'm definitely making one. Guess what? It won't have a lanyard hole either because I don't like that. I wonder what kind of 6600 is not expensive. War Smith, what's up? For a dental implant, for any sort of surgery, 6600 is not expensive. It just isn't. Squeak. Wish people would show up to talk earlier. Sure, I get that that's expensive without insurance and stuff, especially out of pocket. But relatively speaking, that's one of the more inexpensive procedures I've heard of. So that's basically the same thing as no insurance. If your insurance doesn't cover it, it's basically the same thing as having no insurance. God, I just missed the click that Sebenza used to make. You know what I need? I need a modified Umnumzon. Interesting. I'm waiting for that to happen to me one of these days. I want Umnumzon with a thumb cut out like this. Okay, let me get this straight, right? You have dental insurance, okay? They didn't pay for the dental implant, which means you paid the same cost as if you didn't have insurance, right? That's what I'm getting at right there. You didn't get a discount for having insurance. So it's basically like having no insurance. $50K, god damn. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's where shit gets debilitatingly expensive. I need to find me an Umnumzon. I'm not going to continue to argue with you about that. Let's go on Blade Binge and look for another Umnumzon. Even though I can't afford it right now. Sit here and look at shit that I can't afford. You can take the rubber off the thumb studs. It doesn't void a warranty or anything. They just pop right off. It just makes it so it's loud when you open it. That's about it. What? 690 is the least expensive? God damn. They were a little bit less than that. Oh, Tontos. Fuck that. Yeah, you can just pull the rubber off. Oh, this one is a drop point. 750 is way too damn much, though. So, what I said earlier is, relatively speaking, to other procedures, $6,600 is not that expensive. I've said that twice. I'm broke as fuck, but if I sold almost my whole collection, I could afford that. Anyway, damn, I didn't realize they were that expensive. Maybe find one for like $525 because they're kind of hard to get. I don't even care what steel it's in. I just want one. I guess I'm insane. I mean, you kind of should have figured that out. I just dropped $1,000 on two knives. So, it's pretty obvious there's something wrong up there. Hayden, what's up? Well, I'm not going to continue getting into this. $1,000 is a shit ton of money to be dropping on 2 items, let alone 2 items that fit in your pocket. MDC, what's up? I don't think I'm going to be buying an Umnumzon for a while. At these prices, fuck, I gotta find one new. Get it at MSRP. What is MSRP? If I can find one new. Okay, you could get a shit ton of cosmetic surgery for $6,600. Does that sound any more insane? Try and find one new. Because on all these listings, well, on the Best Damn EDC website, they're saying, does this $500 blah 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 blah. So supposedly base model is still 500. Oh, do they actually have that shit in stock? Nope, unavailable. Okay. But they are 500. No, we're talking about dental implants, which I would assume was due to pain in one of the rear molars. It's probably a pretty safe assumption. I said, so the whole argument to me started with me saying that $6,600 is relatively inexpensive when it comes to surgery. Which I think a lot of people would agree with that. There are a lot of procedures that are more expensive, which is what I was getting at. It is, yeah. Don't get me wrong, $6,600 is a lot of money. Relatively speaking, that is one of the least expensive procedures I've heard of. Mike's Customs, what's up? Welcome back. Man, nobody has this shit in stock. Northwest doesn't. Knife Art doesn't. I wouldn't consider the removal of an infected molar to be cosmetic. Because if you continue to leave it there, it will cause further infection into the skull and possibly kill you. Which is why that's not cosmetic to me. I'm not comparing that specifically to cosmetic things. It is a preventative life saving measure, in my opinion. What makes you think I've never paid for a surgery? What? Sure, but you're not going to get cosmetic shit done for a molar that's in the back of your mouth. Nobody looks at that. Assuming I've never paid for surgery is kind of wild, though. Not gonna lie. I don't think that there's a single. I think the one that I got done was 10,000. It's perfect, but it's out of stock. Maximum purchase 1 unit. $550. It's perfect, except for it needs a modified front scale. Yeah, but then you gotta pay for flights and shit there. Squeak. Anyway, I'm not sitting there bragging about shit. I'm just saying I I've had shit done before. The best part is if I told you what I had done, you'd say, "Oh, but you had multiple things done, and that's not as expensive as having one thing done." So I'm not going to sit there and talk to you about it all night. Dude, look, I might just go out and buy some WD-40, but I don't think it's going to do much. We put silicone spray in there and it didn't do shit for more than a week. Took like 3 days. You know, maybe I don't want an Umlamzon if they're going to cost that much. I'm fine with new price. I'm not fine with paying more than new price. I'll just continue buying Sebenza after Sebenza at this point. Insurance didn't pay for anesthesia. No. $720 with shipping. God damn. I would also like you guys to keep in mind this chair is like 10 years old. $720 for an Umlamzon. I already said I'm not going to sit there and talk to you about it, dude. It's not worth me sitting there talking to you about it when This is just going to be a perpetual argument the whole time. I'm going to sit here and play with my knives, and we can sit there and talk about why the Umnumzon is so goddamn expensive. No, I get that. And I'm sure when that new knife shows up, I'm not going to be as mad about waiting as long as I did. But oh my god, I hate waiting this long. And the worst part is because I bought it. I didn't buy it from a company. I bought it used from somebody with an account that has my YouTube channel on it. I'm not going to send them my address. I'm sending them to the PO box. That again, it's not 60 miles. It's more like 40 miles away from my house. So not only is it going to take forever to get there, but then I have to drive 40 miles to pick it up. Oh, I haven't told anybody what this new one is. I'm mad because I've already explained it before. I'm mad because my shipping to everybody else doesn't take very long, but it takes forever to get to me. Well, I probably weigh more than you, Warsmith. So it didn't squeak until I sat on it. And even then, it took a couple of months, I think, to start squeaking, which is probably just part of the fact that it's old at this point. No, I'm not spending extra money on 2 day shipping. I'm just. Fuck, it takes so long. I weigh a little over 250. So I can upgrade what? Sorry, I didn't catch what you were talking about. Uh, I don't know, a little. Let me figure it out. A 113 kilograms. Yeah, but I don't want to pay to get shit faster. I just want it to happen, you know? Okay, so let me explain something to you guys, right? I had shipping options. I had 2 day shipping option. That option was $54. I'm not paying $54 for shipping. I had 3 day shipping, which was 3-day shipping was $23. No, $38. And then I had standard shipping, which was 13. I can wait, but I'm going to sit there and complain while I wait. Yeah, $54 for shipping a knife. I just need to have this understanding that nothing ever comes quickly to me, but it goes quickly to everybody else. I mean, $54, god damn. But here's the other thing. It got shipped to the P.O. box. So not only is it there in 2 days, but I still have to wait for it. Because I'm not going to drive 40 miles to pick up a knife. Yeah, so $5 is pretty usual for me. Which is why everything that I have up for sale and priced has $5 worth of shipping included. Sure, that makes sense. When you're shipping to another country, that makes sense. When you're shipping in the same country, and I know when you look at the big picture of it, you're shipping a box that's like a pound. How many miles? 600 miles, and it costs $13. It's kind of hard to complain. Well, a 940 is like 200 something bucks. What I shipped was 400, and I had it fully covered too. Because it's used, but it comes with a box. Ooh. I paid extra because it came with a box. Well, what are you going to do, right? Just gotta wait. And complain because I am a YouTuber and I have to have everything now. You know what I was sad about was I missed the Lander 5 drop. I'm not so sad about it anymore because I figured out it's supposed to be a children's knife and I'm never going to carry it. It would have made good content, but other than that. If it cost me $22 to ship, to do 2-day shipping to Benchmade, I'd be pissed. You also got to keep in mind, they're one state over. It's like 500 miles or less. Let's Google it. $430 miles. I didn't say that Benchmade was in the Midwest. Oh, that's not terrible. I wouldn't buy one of those knives because I don't like their stuff personally, but I don't like how it looks. It would be if shipping would stop taking forever. Yes, but 430 miles is also both ways would be 860 miles, so 3 tanks of gas. So for me to drive that would be 200 bucks, maybe like 180. Yeah, the Anthem was a cool looking knife. I just put a down payment on an S90V Benchmade 940 in carbon fiber. Are there any other mid tech companies that I should be looking into? Yep, I owe $8 on that 940 for the next 10 months. Or I can pay it off early. Or again, I could do $8 a month for the next 10 months. Any other mid tech companies I should be looking into, or I mean, I'm assuming you guys don't. No, I don't get it before it's paid off. But I also can't afford to pay it off immediately, so. What? I'm gonna pay it off like next month. I'm just saying. I could stretch it out for 10 months. Because they're, what's it called? Their layaway is 10% down and 10% a month for 10 months. And I put 40 bucks down instead of 100 or instead of 12. What do you want me to look up, holy cat? Okay. I have looked it up. I don't like the screws. From a pawn shop. Other than me not liking the screws, it doesn't look terrible. Is it a Tonto or a spear point? Well, drop point, but they call it a spear point. Aurora, what's up? Okay. So everybody knows this is what we're talking about. So we're talking about the one on top. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. D2 should be halfway decent. Yeah, if you got it for free, that's great. I don't like Tontos either, but that Tonto is similar to the Chavez Redencion Tonto, and I like that Tonto. Good luck with that. Do all your fingers still work? Good. You say stay. You say safe. You stay safe over there. I don't think I'll be buying anything from Cold Steel for a while. They need to figure some shit out. I finally have it broken in again. think it's one of the few knives that people actually call cute in my collection. It still needs a set of titanium scales that are pink. What happened? The owner sold them, sold the company to another holding company that sucks. Yeah, you can anodize titanium pink. I think it's like 60 something volts. Well, Lynn Thomas sold it, is what happened. Okay, guys. Marfion Custom Mini Halo 3. 2 inches of M390. The single action OTF. Comes with a carbon fiber case. This whole case set closed is about the size of this. How much do you guys think it costs? $1,500, 5 to 7 grand, 400. Holy Cat was the closest. It's 4,000. Oh, I love single action OTFs. It scares the shit out of people. And I prefer when people don't look at me. Oh. My phone hasn't been charging this whole time. Let me go fix something real quick. I'm trying to look for mid-tech knives, but nobody's given me any examples. Well, you can think that all you want, but I like single action OTFs. Now maybe it'll start charging faster. Guess we'll find out. I've got just the sticker for you, David. No, I don't have any spoons. And I prefer the more deliberate action of a single action OTF. The Dragonfly is a good knife. And yeah, the Buck 110's been around since 64. It's a great knife. I just wish they had them priced a little bit lower. I do, but I'm not going to go grab it. You know, I thought that I had the charger thing working. Uh, I don't really like 420HC personally. It's just not my thing. I'm not saying it's a bad steel. I just don't particularly like it. Let me go check. Yeah. I like how cool that is. Looks good. Yeah, I shipped that thing out on Friday, so it should show up any day. Yep, you said you wanted it by the 15th. I said I guarantee it'll show up, so that was my way of guaranteeing it will show up. I expect it to show up a couple days, max. We go with DeWalt in this household. Dude, okay. I have come to terms with the fact that Trevor is a rage baiter. Nobody likes the shootout. The shootout is the single cheapest feeling OTF I've ever felt. By far. The scales are made out of carbon fiber reinforced nylon, which feels like plastic. It has the most blade play out of any locked knife I've ever felt. It is literally just all around the worst OTF I've ever held. And I've held some cheap OTFs. I got a hold of a Microtech Lamia, I think. Got my hands on one anyway, and that thing was pretty damn nice. I wouldn't even consider that one a good knife. An award for. You broke it? What did you do to break that thing? God damn. Mech Force. No, it's usually not a big issue for an OTF, but it has double the blade play of every other OTF I've handled. It doesn't feel safe to do. Like, it doesn't feel safe to use, in my opinion, which is why I will never buy one. Cobra Tech, never really looked into them. So, do you think just because I don't own one of them that I don't know anything about them? Oh, I've looked into them before, I guess. Double wide, what's up? They have a patented trapper. Let's look into this. There are two companies that make OTF knives that don't have blade play. Microtech and um, Hawk. A bolster lock. Hmm. Are they autos? They're autos. No way. Dude, that shit's sick. 154 cm. Now you just have the question, where are these things made? How's it going, Gonzo? But yeah, comparing the Benchmade shootout to any other OTF I've handled, it's garbage. From imported parts, okay. So it's basically made out of the US. They're in crewwear. They're designed to take some abuse. I don't think I've ever seen a broken handle on an OTF. The Luminary, that's what the one that I handled was. Those things are nice. I'm not into double edge OTFs, but that thing was nice. Lifetime guarantee. Is it guarantee against? Who am I kidding? It's just guarantee against manufacturer defects. It was comfortable. It's actually one of the smoother OTFs that I've handled. I don't handle a whole lot of them, but that thing was nice. It was also with a Surefire in a box, and it was $1,500, but it was nice. Oh, there's a lawsuit with Hawk. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. I don't like Glock either. I'm fine with polymers or polymer handles, and I'm fine with polymer scales. I love the fact. I wish that these were less grippy, but other than that, they're fine. Hmm. Well, I don't know about all that drama, so I can't give my opinion on that without having both sides of things. I'm not sure about the lifetime guarantee with Benchmade if you're not in the US. And Trevor, what I'm getting at is the shootout feels like a $15 knife, if even that. Oh, that'd be cool. So you can go buy overpriced knives too. No, I think that stealing or using patents that you don't have legal access to is bad. I completely agree with that. It'll be interesting to see how it develops. Sure, if the Olympic gold medalist was on crack and looked like they were on crack, I'll agree with you. You know, I've kind of gotten over my. You know what? Donate $10 and I might not. Oh, I'm not mad at Benchmade prices on that one. I don't even want one. It feels terrible. And I don't like Tontos, but just the knife itself feels terrible. Anyway, I've gotten used to the fact that almost nothing will stand up to this when it comes to the feeling of fidgety whatever. Uh I've gotten used to this one. It's taken about a week of carrying, and It sucked. I was sitting there carrying this thing for like 2 weeks. And I got so used to carrying the Reeve that now that I carry anything else, it all just feels cheap. I think that that's one of the worst parts of buying these expensive knives is as you get more and more expensive stuff, the less expensive stuff feels worse and you just don't want to carry it anymore. What? I don't get where you're going with this. You're gonna have to try and clarify what you're talking about. I'm talking shit about a knife, right? We're on the same page on that one. Talking shit about a knife that has issues that I don't like. Okay. Gonzo would be one of those people that buys that design I'm working on. I can already tell on that one. Okay, wait. I want to answer this. I'm trash talking a knife that I don't like because it feels cheap. I'm saying the stuff that I have is better because it doesn't feel cheap. No, I'm not. I own like 4. I'm about to own 5. I'm not jealous or anything. I just don't like the knife. It's like looking at a car and saying I don't like that car even though I don't own one. It's literally the same thing right there. Like maybe I've gotten into this car and I've seen some cheaper parts of it that I don't enjoy. So I don't like the car. It's the same shit. Or maybe I know it has an underpowered engine or an engine that has certain problems that I don't want to deal with. So I don't like it. It is the exact same shit. I can understand that. I don't particularly like the look of the Arius either, but it's comfortable. It's the same thing with Spyderco's too. Like I think that this, not this one, but the Para 3 is one of the ugliest knives that I've ever held, but it's so comfortable that I get to look past the fact that it's ugly. Some people are going to disagree with me on that, but I still think that the Para 3 is one of the ugliest knives that I've ever held, but one of the most comfortable. I already said I'm not jealous. I don't want one. The shootout feels too cheap. The new design I'm working on has similarities with the Oz Roosevelt. I'll put it that way. I can't talk too much about it until I can get permission from Oz Machine Company or whatever to use one of their design ideas if it's not patented. I want permission first so it doesn't seem like I'm trying to copy them. No, I'm not saying that. Okay. The overall design of the Para 3 is ugly to me. The Oz Roosevelt. Okay. It's really expensive. I'll show you here in a sec. This right here. They're like $1,000. If you can get your hands on one that you like. I just want a plain one. That's it. Think plain Jane with no nothing special. No milling, nothing. Would be perfect for me. Then I take the scales off, I bring them over to the Chris Reeve shop, I have them glass blast them, and then it matches this. Then all my expensive shit matches. And it'll all work out. It'll all be amazing. I'm debating between a regular and an XL. And you are free to have that opinion, Trevor. Wanting an M4 940, you're wrong, but it's okay to have wrong opinions. Yeah, I don't want anything special on this thing. That radial frag does look interesting though. Here's one with radial, not radial frag, but radial. That shit looks sick. I need to get a Bel Air. I just handled one for the first time last week, and it was great. Yes, you're wrong, but you can be wrong. Being that you're in America, you have the right to be wrong. Fuck, how thick are you gonna get it? Bag of Skittles is like this size. Kershaw has been doing some solid shit lately. Uh, I'm gonna be honest. I was backing them for a while, and then I started to second guess things. Now that they've started coming out with some of the nicer stuff that isn't autos and isn't assisted, I'm pretty happy. I did not, but we can look that up. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, no way, and it's actually priced decent. I like that. Oh, and it has it on both sides. Awesome. Well, I can't. It does. Yeah, it is on pre-order. Pre-order's 80, which is less than I think what they charge for the regular one. Pre-order ends today though. Ooh, A few lucky customers will unwrap something even rarer. 10 upgraded leaks featuring a MagnaCut blade with a gold PVD finish, plus matching gold anodized pocket clip and titanium screws. Which means there are 10 of these that have a gold blade, gold hardware, and a gold pocket clip. But yes, the base model here is 14C. That's sick. I'd be happy with that. I'm going to continue looking at mid-tech knives, trying to find a company that I've never heard of. I don't have the money to pre-order 2 or 3. I have the money to pre-order 1, but it's not going to happen. Pre-order ends today, though. So, if you want it, do it. I think it's through today. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the add to cart thing still works. So today sounds like it's the last day. If you're gonna buy it, do it. And I wish you guys luck if you do end up getting one. Go onto their website and find out. It doesn't hurt to look. Rockstead, 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 Rockstead. Hey. A Rockstead that. Oh, never mind. I thought that was 210. It's 2100. Never mind. American Blade Works. No, don't like that. Somebody in here might like that, but I don't. No, I don't want to buy a used Rockstead. I don't want to buy a new one to begin with. That shit's out of my price range by quite a bit. I want you guys to keep in mind I just spent all my money. I have no monies left. Well, maybe I just shouldn't have brought up that the purple one is a Cubitidius. Yes, I have no monies left. I is broke. I've got like 80 bucks, but that's because I sold 2 knives over the last week. But that is just enough for me to pay for somebody to help me modifying the new knife. It's in 14C and purple titanium. They come in other colors. I just picked purple because it's unique. Ooh. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's $100. It's not terrible. Heat treat was actually pretty solid. I was fully expecting a soft heat treat on this thing. It's heat treated to like 61 on this one. It actually took a bit to sharpen this thing. I'm happy with that. Dude, it would be sick if you got one of those. Damn, that sucks, dude. Sorry, I'm sitting here staring at an Arius and M398. God, I just want a base model. I am very lucky that I live where I live. You could have a Gen 1 in S90V at like 60 HRC. That's something I saved up for. I don't have impulse buy money for this kind of shit most of the time. This one took 7 months to save for, and I was constantly buying and selling knives to be able to get that much money. I don't want a mini Arius, I want a full size. God, the stitch is so ugly to me. It's comfortable. If it wasn't comfortable, I wouldn't be recommending it. What are you afraid that you're going to be disappointed about? We'll start with that question. What are you afraid of? And then I can tell you what I think about it. Well, if you don't like the Arius, you're probably going to hate this thing too. I mean, we can compare the two real quick. It's $600 good. I promise. The according to their website, the difference between each knife from knife to knife is like 0.00001 inches in any fashion. So high accuracy, high consistency. But yeah, I've got an Arius here, and I got the QB. They are extremely consistent. Heat treat's on point too. That shit's hard. Oh, I'm a gun guy. I just can't afford them. Oh, but you can afford a 500. Yeah, I know. Don't give me shit about that, please. The Arius is a great knife. So Gonzo, you're in the States, right? Well, I'd assume so if you've got firearms, but there are other countries where that's legal. One of the biggest differences between the two is there's no cutout right here. It's just a ball bearing. They don't have a lock face anymore. They used to. But they don't anymore. The green knife with the 3 holes. That's a Benchmade mini Adamas. Extremely comfortable. Want to trade what? It's on hold for somebody at the moment. The problem is the guy it's on hold for hasn't gotten back to me about it in a long time. He has until the end of the year. Specifically for this one, because he said that this was his grail knife, and then I went out, I bought it, and overall not super happy with the guy at the moment. He had another knife on hold too. He had this PM2 in S90V on hold. And then that deal fell through. I gave him like an entire extra week. Reached out to him through email. I did everything that I could to get him to get it, and it didn't happen. So now somebody else has it on hold. This thing's got a solid detent. You'd think that this thing was assisted. It feels assisted until you're closing it. The world's a scary place these days. So what were you thinking of trading for, Gonzo? because I prefer money, but if it's a good enough trade, I might go through with it. Hmm. Well, let me look that up because I don't know what the hell that is. Nope. Ballad songs aren't my thing. Not gonna happen. Kit Kats, what's up? How's it going? I don't own a single ballad song, and I would prefer to keep it that way for the most part. I don't know what I'd trade it for. Like, it'd need to be something that I actually want. How much do they go for? I guess we'll look that up. It's gonna be a bitch to try and resell it though. Yeah, I thought that, or I saw that. That's dumb. That ballad songs are illegal there. That's stupid. They are no more dangerous than a regular knife. They're just flashier, and that's it. Oh, he flipped a knife around. It's so scary. Dude, the shit only locks if you use two hands. What, you think me doing a little bit of a flippy trick to open that shit up is scary? What a shame. So am I, because I'm not going to cut myself with it. I'm surprised that this thing hasn't bit me yet. Because when I used to do the push with the thumb stud like that, and when it wasn't smooth, it would stop, and I'd be having my thumb pressed up against the edge like that. I'm surprised it never bit me. I was fully expecting it to because I kept on doing it for some reason. I need to get another one of these. One that I don't feel bad about flipping open. No, that thing was not broken at all. This thing out of the box sucked. The only reason it's as smooth as it is now is I took it apart, cleaned it, and greased the shit out of it. I already know that my lower back is going to be killing me. October 25, you mean 2025. This thing was August 29th, 2025, I think. Yeah, as soon as I stand up, like, I'm going to be on the floor. I know it's August of 2025. I don't remember what day. It's not an important day to me, to be honest. If it were going to be an important day, it'd be like April something. Well, you should do that. I wish you luck in finding a massage therapist that can help with that. The only reason you know when it was made, you don't have a box and papers for it? I'm not going to say I'd never buy one without papers. Oh, okay. It is a different opening mechanism. One has a push button or a switch, and the other one is a flipper tab or a thumb stud. Still looking for mid-tech knives that I'd be interested in, and I'm not finding shit. Because of course not. I agree. By the sounds of it, yeah. Sure, but the opening mechanism is different. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not going after mid-tech anymore. Fuck this shit. I'm waiting for Greylock to come out with that larger flipper, and I'm buying one of those because this is bullshit. That just sounds like it sucks. Yeah, I need to convince this guy that I will buy one of these if he makes a larger version of it. No, I can have anything shipped here. I want a large version of this. So bad. I'll be right back, guys. Cool. Oh, it's such a good looking knife. That's fair. I can have auto knives shipped to me without signing shit. So Yeah. By ordering it. Fun fact, if you take the spring out, it's no longer an auto. It is an auto delete button lock. Maybe I should convince this guy to make a larger version of this with a thumb stud too. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to sign for shit here. But yeah, I think I'm going with that guy. You can get him at my local knife shop for $300 instead of $350. $2.99. This dude follows me on Instagram. I gotta talk to him. Make some cool shit. Okay, so remove the thing that makes it an auto and ship it separately. It's not that hard. Oh, it has a spring? Cool. Take the spring out and ship it separate. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just don't care. This right here is a push button auto. In less than 10 minutes, I can take this thing apart, have the spring out, and it is now a button lock. Which means that if I sent them a video of how I took it apart and then had them do it themselves and put it back together, then I did not ship an auto, I shipped a button lock with a spring. Now he's going to say, if you would have read what I said, you have to be an authorized dealer to ship them out. Yeah, I knew it needed tight. I'm just going to say it right now. I'm not worried. I'm not going to sit there and worry about something. It's not worth it. I will sit here and enjoy my life the way that it is. Well, I guess my phone has decided that the camera will no longer work because my phone is too close to being dead. And it isn't charging properly again. So that's fun. I can't switch phones. Besides, it's like way later than usual. So here pretty soon I'll probably end up ending the stream anyway. Hopefully before the phone dies. Anyway, continuing on from where we were. Yeah, it's 3:37 here. You know what's funny is I'm going to go through the 5 stages of grief before this new knife shows up. What are the 5 stages of grief? I'll be working on getting that thing released publicly, but I need to do it the right way so that 1, the design doesn't get stolen, and 2, I need to have proper licensing with 3D modeling software. Trevor, I don't care. I really don't. I'm more worried about proper licensing than anything else. He's a Fed. It's obvious. He's doing all this shit just to find out if we've shipped out automatic knives illegally. By the way, never shipped an automatic knife, so yeah, I haven't. No, he's definitely a Fed. That's what a Fed would say. Denial. Okay, so here's the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Well, I got through the denial part pretty quick. Anger, I'm still mad. Bargaining, I'm not gonna bargain for that shit to show up quicker. Depression, all the time. And acceptance. I think I'm at acceptance now. I literally said I've never shipped an automatic knife before. Just because I said that there is a way of intentionally removing the spring to do it doesn't mean that I've ever done that. You only ship autos. Okay. Knives, I guess, had some work. Basically, what do you mean, sure, bud? I've literally never shipped an auto. How many autos do you think I own? I own like 2. Never sold one before, except to a pawn shop. Sure, bud. My God. Okay, so knives, I guess. I talked to him the other day. I check in on him at least once a month. Damn, Gonzo, do you have a knife company or some shit? He said that he'd like to get back to streaming, but work's been working him to the bone, and he's unable to do both work and streaming at the moment. I have a Fifth Amendment right here in the United States, where I don't have to say anything that may incriminate me. Oh, so my phone's just been sitting here unplugged the whole time. Fucking piece of shit. I need a new charger. This is bullshit. Maybe it'll stop dying so damn fast because I just plugged it back in now. What's up, Joseph? How's it going? Oh, I already answered your question. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Come on, go up 1%, please. Go up to 6%. From 5 to 6, baby. Let's do this. Yep, no problem. And I'm going to be honest, if his streams do anything like mine have been doing lately, it's not really worth streaming. Other than the conversation, there's no real point. I get like 2 or 3 subscribers from these 4 or 5 hour streams. It's like right on the verge of not worth doing anymore. Oh, you piece of shit. Are you charging? You are charging. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's work, man. I don't have much more knives, I guess, on YouTube. I don't have much more information than you guys do. Other than I get to talk to him every once in a while. He's a busy guy right now. And, give him some time. Once he gets shit figured out, I'm sure he'll come back. Hey Gonzo, are you still here? Knives, I guess, on YouTube. Have you followed me on Instagram? I think you did. Send you a message on Instagram with a picture. Ooh, open Instagram and I get to watch one of them giant wind turbines explode. That's fun. I gotta send that to myself real quick. If my phone didn't freeze. Holy shit, my phone went up 1%. Fine, fucking crash, why don't you? Piece of shit. Yep, any minute now. There we go. Now I gotta download the picture. My stream does terrible at a different time. Genuinely. I've tried it earlier in the day. I've tried it later in the day. I've tried it just about everywhere. People only show up when they're supposed to be going to bed for work the next day, but they choose not to. Believe me, I've tried multiple times, and also, this is the only time where I get 5 or 6 hours of uninterrupted time. Yeah, I haven't even gone to bed. So, it'd be great if it would just download the picture. Just screenshot it and send it to you. Or I'll send it to you once I crop it a little bit. Google Images, Photos, whatever. Kind of depends on when I end the stream. He got a new position at his job that's working him more. I don't know. I'm not spending money on another charger, so it doesn't really matter. Open Instagram again. Go over to look up Gonzo. Oh, hey, there you are, right there. Go to your account. Go to message. Holy shit, you got more followers than I do. At least for Instagram. Oh, yeah, gotta be careful with that. An illegal charger, that's scary shit, dude. I'm gonna send you a message real quick. Uh, if you could go respond to that, then I can send you a picture of a design I've been working on. Ah, there we go. Yep, no problem. I'm happy to help when I can. You'll take one. So, I don't know what Magnamax is supposed to do, but I'm thinking titanium frame lock in Magnamax at like 65 if possible, HRC. I don't know. I need to see what Magnamax is good for. Probable cost around 600 a piece, which is fucking high, but I sell knives too and I don't have money. It will be USA made, yes. Preferably made in my home state. Engineered to hold an edge for very long compared to K390 or 10V. So higher edge retention than MagnaCut. Stainless, obviously. Toughness similar to S35VN, which is already pretty solid. Okay. I think I'd like to go with that. Well, I want it made here. The problem is cost. I'm expecting. So if I had it made by Millet Knives here in over in Nampa, Idaho, apparently they're the ones that made Koenig knives before Koenig moved to in-house. I'm expecting each one to cost probably like 400 to 450 on my end. And I need to do a down payment for 50 of them. So it'd need to be on Kickstarter for me to have anywhere near enough money for it to do anything. So total cost for not including tooling. Tooling's like an extra 1,500 to 2,000. So down payment on the first 50 is 22,000, all the way up to 25,000. They said that they can break orders into two. So it would be two orders of 50, but I only have to pay for tooling once. Total cost, by the sounds of it, probably around 50,000. I'd love for this to go somewhere. You know, I want this design so bad. But I also want a couple changes. At least all the changes I can do myself. You know when you're sitting there looking at a knife that you really want but you wish it had one more thing or one less thing or something like that? Yeah. 50K total cost. And that's just on my end. That's not like that's if each one costs between 400 and 450 for me to have them made. I should. I don't think that Chris Reeve is up for that. I don't think the Chris Reeve company's up for OEM work. For down payment to get a set of 100 knives made for me to sell. What do you think that Bill or Tim would be interested in this shit? True. I'll get a hold of Tim next time I see him and ask what he thinks. What do you mean, bro? That's more than 50K. I literally just calculated it out on a calculator. Fucking 50K. I know what I'm doing. Kinda. I'm good at math. See, here's the thing. I'm not sure I want it made by Millet, but I don't know who else I'd go to. It'd be cool to have it made by Buck, but I don't want it made that far away. Total profit expected. That's a good question. If all goes well and they actually all sell, 15,000 to 20,000 in profit. And then I can go and move on and make another one. Or I can continue making that knife. What do you mean my math ain't mathing? That's including tooling costs and having people paid. I know what I'm talking about. I already talked to them about this. It's expensive, but ROI is like 15%, which is pretty damn good. If they all sell, that's the problem. I don't know if people want, well, at least they're a reputable company. Profit would go up after initial investment if I continue using the same tooling. Yes. I want to do a prototype pocket clip for Chris Reeve knives. Anyway, it's still at 6%. Yeah, that's the point. They make it for me. No, they're not getting full control over the design. Look, I talked to them about. I don't know if you guys remember that last design that I was talking about. I can't show pictures right now because my camera isn't working, but the design I called them about was going to cost G10 scales, XHP at 63 HRC, a 3-inch blade, regular pocket clip, stainless liners was going to cost me $175 a piece with a minimum order of 100. And then there's tooling costs. So that whole set of 100 would cost me $20,100 is what I calculated that all out to. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not going out and throwing this all out there with no idea. I'm just expecting it to cost double what the last one costs. I'd love to shop around, kinda, but I want to keep it close. If the knife design only sells a few, then I'm fucked. I don't expect it to sell terribly. It's a good looking design, and everybody I've talked to that looks at it says that they like it. The problem's going to be cost. It's an expensive knife. That's the plan, would be having somebody else pay for it, basically, but it'll all work out eventually. I'll get it all figured out. I don't know how long it's going to take, though. It's all time and money. That's it. And licensing. I need to get licensing done properly. Yeah, in M4. I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, did we want to continue on this line of conversation, or did we want to go ahead and end it there? You headed out? We'll see you later, Joseph. You have a good one. It's similar to a Chris Reeve Nkosi. If you look up the Nkosi, it's similar. It's just gonna unfortunately be more expensive. I wonder if I could have them made like a set of 50 in titanium and then a set of 50 in steel. No, because then everybody's going to want the titanium one anyway. I got to find a way to cheap out where I can without losing quality. And the closest way I can think of cheaping out is no milling. No skeletonization on the inside at all would be the only way I can think of making that thing cheap. Which means it's going to be heavy. Estimated weight, probably 5 or 6 ounces. Yeah, you can cheap out with titanium. Well, I'm fine with pineapple on pizza. But then it's an aluminum frame lock, and I don't think anybody wants that. A carbon fiber front scale might be... Would that be more or less expensive? I'll have to talk to them about that. I'll ask around, see... Oh, I love pineapple. Damn. I'm honestly not worried about weight. The Sabenza and the Nkosi are weighted just fine. Well, if we just continue sitting there at 6%, then everything is going to be just fine. Yeah, Gonzo's the only person I can think of who's directly interested. And then here's the other not so fun part. Packaging. I don't know how much boxes or anything are going to cost. And then advertisement. Oh, I completely agree that they'll probably sell. Especially if I use the steel that I want to. I don't know how much it's actually going to cost with that. But I need to get somebody else to invest money in it. And with the economy not doing great right now, and a lot of people are selling shit instead of buying it, it's not a great time to be having shit made. I mean, true. Well, I can't show because the camera ain't working right now. So I've showed it off before. Might be showing it in videos here pretty soon. I need a few things. No, the planned, if I can get it, I'd like it made in Magnamax. Because that shit's new. And has better edge retention than MagnaCut. I just need another charger cord. Gonzo, do you have a Roosevelt? I already know that jumped the price up. That's why I said it's going to be between 400 and 450 to have it made. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Have you seen the lock bar insert on those? You ever actually paid attention to it? Okay, so I need to get permission from Oz Machine Works or whatever. But that's the plan. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I completely forgot. Trevor's God. He knows everything. I've never handled it, but I've heard it's good. And it doesn't have that second click. I already said that like retail is gonna be like $600. Anyway, I'm not worried about your opinion, so. It's a good looking knife. It'll sell. No way. Trevor's God and he can't afford over $400? How sad. What a shame. Well, I don't. All I know is that if this all ends up working out properly, it will be the most money I will have ever had at any given point in time. And then I gotta turn around and put it into buying more. Feeling safe. The fuck? Dude, I'm the earlier half of my generation. Feelings didn't matter, and we had fun in Call of Duty back then. Nowadays, everybody has, oh, my feelings, yeah. Oh, he called me a mean word. Mom, that dude said I'm an R word. Mom, this guy looked at me funny. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You know what Benchmade doesn't use a whole lot of? Titanium. You know what else they don't use a whole lot of? New steel innovation. Don't get me wrong, the Chris Reeve Knife Company came into MagnaCut a little bit late, but at least they have it heat treated right. Dude, I was playing Black Ops 2 when I was like 12, and it was great because nobody gave a shit. Oh, but a frame lock's the second weakest. The second weakest lock type. Blah 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 blah. Cool. We're talking about just fine versus amazing. We get it. Titanium's too heavy. It has to be something that, oh, God forbid, it's anything less than 39% the weight of steel. Black Ops 1 was fun, but Black Ops 2 was great. I loved Black Ops 2. Titanium's heavier than aluminum by like 35%. Well, no. Aluminum is 35% lighter than titanium. It's not the other way around. And before you say I'm wrong, go look it up. Black Ops 3 zombies would have been perfect if the zombies didn't have exosuits as well. That was just dumb. Should have been you with an exosuit against zombies that are just civilians. That's how it should have been. But no, they get to have double jump and all that bullshit too. Trevor, do you like Ferrari? Have we had this conversation before? Are you the one with the Ferrari? Or is that somebody else? Oh, okay. Yep, I completely forgot. So Trevor here likes Ferrari the same way that he likes Benchmade. Benchmade came out with their new deal where if you buy a certain amount of their knives, you get to be entered into their special knife division, a chance to buy one of their special knife division knives, which is the same knife, just with a different color option. But you have to pay more for it. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Anyway, so that just completely invalidated like everything that you just said. And now your opinion barely matters to me. Because I remember that last conversation, and that was bullshit. Because every single thing that I said didn't get through to your head. So no matter how I explain anything, it will not get through to you. I tried. I tried as hard as I could. It's not going to happen. So I give up. Gave it the old college try. We can agree to disagree and leave it at that. Ooh, shiny phone screen. With scratches, probably from diamonds. Because, of course. No, it's just now that I remember our last conversation, your opinion on my knife design doesn't matter anymore. What? Did I make a Lamborghini knife? No. Why would I design a knife after a car? Well, I like to race too, but my truck's slow as shit, so I lose against a Prius. It's still fun though. When you take off with like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini next to you and they start racing and they actually fly past you, that's entertaining. Because I knew I was going to lose from the start. But at least I had fun losing. Can anyone guess what I'm flipping right now? So the conversation we had, just so we can clarify to everybody who wasn't there, Gonzo, because I'm pretty sure Gonzo is the only other person here. I said that if I could put a twin turbo LS in my truck with fat ass tires in the back and all wheel drive, then I would whoop the ass of that Ferrari. And he said, well, if you get to modify your truck, then I get to modify my car too. The whole point was a heavily modified truck against stock Ferraris. But I tried explaining that like 6 times and it didn't get through to him. So I gave up. Yes, all-wheel drive. Well, 4-wheel drive, but similar. Thank you. And I said stock versus stock I'd lose, guaranteed. And he said, see, I'm right. So I just stopped caring. Anyway, I thought about doing another design. I mean, I'm always thinking about doing new designs. They just take forever. And I kind of don't enjoy making them until I'm like halfway through. The first half of making a design sucks. I don't know. I don't know what design I want to do next. I need more ideas because I don't want to be copying off of people. Another sheep's foot because that's my favorite blade shape, but I mean, no, but there could be. I don't really like fixed blades. And I don't know how to make sheaths, so probably not going to happen. Yes and no. I took heavy inspiration from the Chris Reeve in Cosi when designing the last one. I don't think you can patent a knife. There's nothing that hasn't been patented on it. On this design specifically. If things go well, in a couple years, if things go well enough, then I do have something I'd like to patent, but you know, I'm running the risk of it not working out because somebody already patents it. It's the downside of waiting. Oh, I have something nobody's thought of yet. I just can't talk about it. And it sucks. Sure, I don't plan on showing it to anybody. I haven't even fully finished designing it. I just know that I want it a certain way. Yeah, I'm not worried about that yet. I want this design out and working until, or before I worry about patenting shit. Like, all the money that comes from, like, all the profit from that new knife would go straight into a patent, and that doesn't make sense. I'd rather just make a couple more sets and then go from there. Trevor, how many patents do you have? No, pending, you still have to have, to get a patent pending, you have to pay for a patent license or something. No, I'm just wondering because you're trying to give me advice on stuff that I have no clue if you know anything about. It's the same shit as me telling you that M4 likes certain edge um, types, certain grits, and you not believing me because you don't think that I have any experience with that. This is the same shit. So, do you have any patents? I like rocks. Do you like shiny rocks? Or do you like rocks with holes in them? All rocks? Ooh. I like rolls. Anybody else like rolls? Unfortunately, I didn't get that one, Cody. I think once it's 5 o'clock, I'm going to end the stream and go to bed. Or end the stream, have a snack, then go to bed. Ooh. Still don't get it. Anybody else like rolls, though? Like Texas Roadhouse rolls? Ooh, yeah. With the cinnamon honey butter, whatever it is. That shit's fire. Yeah. That shit's good. Gonzo, do you have a Sabenza nearby? Rolls? Cool. So grab your Sabenza and look at the lock bar and look at all the chamfering on the lock bar. Yeah, I'm not going to look into that right now. Rolls, they're basically... Oh shit, you're in Canada. What would you call them? Scones? No. No, that's English. I don't know. You have to look it up. Not contouring, the opposite side. Towards the center of the scale, there's a lot of chamfering. My design has all that shit. Same shit. Oh yeah. Not sure how I feel about this thing with without the pocket clip on it. Yeah, I'm gonna have it 3D printed. See, you can tell that Trevor here is in a different tax bracket than me because he can afford to make an appointment to get shit fixed. And instead of doing that, I went and bought another knife. Yeah, they are helpful with designing. When I was working with knives, I guess, and gin knives to work on their thing, which they're still working on. I should reach out to them about that. Had it 3D printed, realized the thing was way too damn big. With a 4-inch blade, and I think it was like an inch and a quarter tall. That shit was way too big. So we cut it down to 3 inches, and it was like perfect. But I already have a knife that's very similarly sized, so which is the Sebenza is very similar size to that. It should work out just fine. You have fun with that, I guess. So, Gonzo, that design was originally going to be a liner lock with G10 scales and Magna Cut. That was the original idea for it, anyway. How do you drink things without picking them up? It would be a good work knife. Thumb studs uses stop pins. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot he's got. Well, to be fair, it's one picture and there's no size, dimensions, or anything like that, so. Gonzo, you'll be amazed to realize when I tell you this. And when this whole thing comes out, that it was designed in children's 3D modeling software. They might be numbered, they might not. I don't know. But how do you drink things without picking them up to move them? If they're numbered, I want number 1 and number 13. What are you confused about? Oh, I don't know. I have no clue how he plans on moving a drink without, like, picking it up. So, do you have one of those electric bottle dispenser things in your alcohol bottles? If so, you need to clean them out often. Well, I was thinking a bunch of straws too, but then you'd still need to move it somewhere in the fridge, and to move things in the fridge, you kind of have to pick them up. I don't know, man. Kind of just sounds like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Not picking stuff up. But yeah, I'll get a hold of. You're talking about Tim Reeve or Bill Koenig earlier? Okay. I'll see if I can get a hold of them. OEM work is so expensive, especially when you want it made here in America. Because I don't want it made in China, it's gonna cost like double or triple what it would have cost. Yeah, I don't think Tim's even in Idaho right now. Bill might be. I don't know if he goes to shows or not. I don't go to shows. Trevor Chapman. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Yeah, we're talking about a knife show. Oh, is Blade Show Texas going on right now? Trevor, does that sound familiar to you? Toronto Knife Show. April 18th, 2026. 4 points by Sheraton Toronto Airport. And however the hell you pronounce that. Admission is $10. Wow. There's a lot of impressive stuff at that knife show, by the way. Grimsmo was at the Toronto Knife Show. Imagine that, right? Got about 8 minutes until I go ahead and end the stream. The Toronto Knife Show. I'm looking at some of the knives on there that they had at the last knife show. They got some nice shit. A lot of custom stuff. Yeah, I'd go there. It's $10 admission. I mean, sounds like you can get some pretty cool shit if you want to save up for something like that. If you drop in and get something, or if you drop in early enough, you could get a Grimsmo, possibly, if they show up next year. Well, Grimsmo's made in Canada, so that's some cool stuff, dude. They had some cool stuff at the Idaho Knife Show too, but yeah, they're made in Canada. You should look into your local knife makers, see what you can find. There's a few people I'm watching in my local area that got some interesting stuff coming on. And of course, folders is what I'm going for, so it's always nice to find somebody that can you have a good one, Trevor. Damn, that knife's sharp. I missed a spot while shaving this morning. Now I didn't miss that spot. Well, I'm gonna try and get a hold of EMA Forge. I want scales. You have fun with that, Trevor. Here in about a minute, we're gonna go ahead and end the stream. so I can go to bed or something. That's dumb, having to take the battery out to recharge it. Oh, you'll be forced to leave here pretty soon anyway. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one. You as well, Gonzo. We'll see you later.